Up to YouTube. Bam. And let me continue getting set up, actually. I need to switch the monitor state. Switch this here. There we go. Okay, so for YouTube, let me read out what we had as our today command. So today we're back working on Messijo. We started down the rabbit hole of getting lobsters support and fetching the RSS feeds from lobsters. That means the posts and the comments. It doesn't move that quickly, so we're doing it like every 30 minutes for posts and every 5 minutes for comments. Pretty straightforward. That was recommended to us by the person who maintains lobsters, because they rated us at one point. So then we also want to, like what we ended up doing was we forked live RSS, an Elixir RSS feed reader, like library, and we replaced Feeder, which is a pure Elixir, RSS parser, with fast RSS, which is basically like a Rust implementation that is then usable inside of Elixir using a thing called Rustler, which is kind of fun. So we also want to continue modifying that so that we can pass in a callback, because the way that the library we forked, live RSS, works is it runs the fetching on a back end, or like as a process on the timer that you set, but it still forces you to like do a getter of that data. And I'd rather just have a callback that gives us the data the moment it's fetched, rather than like just putting another, like the getter on another timer or something. So that's our main goal. The spot we left off on was we need to keep track of the last post and last comment that we've seen so that we don't duplicate events out to users. So that's probably our next step. I think. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. Let's switch over. But I also just realized one more thing. Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Let me scan this. Oh. Cool. Okay, so now we want to find this. So yeah, I got denied on the stethoscope update because I was requesting permissions that I shouldn't. So I got to provide a justification for tabs. All right. So there we go. Pending review. Now we can get back to this other stuff. Let me make sure I'm on the right tab here. And let me make sure I'm caught up in chat. Perfect. And how's everyone's day going? Okay. Oh, and one more thing I got to do here. Docs activity feed. There we go. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Actually, before we get too deep into it, I do need to pour some more water. And I might just grab like a handful of chips or something. So give me a second. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, so hey, what's up, Aruka? How you doing? So we're gonna create a table. It's gonna be a really, really like small table. Right? Like, let's start thinking about what the table's gonna look like. So we'll create a new. Let's see. Hold on. Wait. Yeah. So what we want to do then is create a new migration. All right, so we're gonna generate a migration. You feel like yapping today, not lurking? That's fine. Yeah, I appreciate it. Working on any cool code? Mm. Mm-hmm. I mean, data scraping can be fun. What do we want to call it? Like RSS history? Yeah, RSS history. Yep, exactly. It's the social listening thing. If you want more context, you can do project. Yeah. Faxon? Yeah, that's not what we do here. No. You're gonna have to put in some work and actually do the thing rather than just having someone else do it for you. We're not gonna do X for now. We're gonna wait to do X and possibly even Reddit until we're either profitable or we decide to get some funding. You got the answer? I mean, Aruka, I ran the command for you. I don't know why you needed to run it again. All right. It happens. That's fine. Yeah, so what we want to do then is we'll give it an ID. Or maybe just name string last. Yeah. Add. We'll call it latest ID. Also a string. I think that's it. I think we're good there. I think unique index is fine. I was just eating some tortilla chips. Just needed something in my belly. Went and got one of those cheesesteaks last night. So good. No worries, Rucka. Yep, we'll see you soon. All right. So I think that works. So now we just need to run the migration. We're not passing the callback into here yet, and we probably want to think about how we do that. All right. Well, let's do this part first. So I need to put this somewhere. We'll just say RSS. History.ex. And then here at the top level, we create an RSS.ex file. Okay. So then, yeah, looking at some of the boilerplate, I don't know, let's just grab any one of these. And we probably could have had this boilerplate get generated for us, but it's not the end of the world. It's easy enough. Yeah, we're not doing any of those, though they will be string. Name is going to be in there. All right, so then field latest ID. No, so Elixir in general is a backend language, but you can do like full stack applications with Phoenix, the framework for it. So just consider Elixir as like the spiritual successor of Ruby. and then consider Phoenix, the framework for Elixir, as the spiritual successor of Ruby on Rails. I mean, it's worth checking out. So yeah, all of this goes away. Latest ID, inserted at, updated at. That away. All right. Now, I'm not even certain we need primary key and foreign key type stuff here, but we'll just leave it to keep it consistent. All right, so now that we have messijo.rss.history, let's look at maybe accounts here and create a repository for it, or context, or whatever they call it. So this will be something like def like we could just fetch all of the rows, right? Because at least for the time being, we're only going to have like 4 of them. Technically, we're going to start out with just 2. Interesting, it's doing this. We don't need an update all. We just need an update. feel like this should work still. All right. So then this is Messijo.rss. Make sure things actually compile and run. Ooh. Okay. Okay, interesting. So wait, nice.com that's a mashup of your IRL name is being sold for 6.3K. Yeah, dude, terrible. Yeah, finding a domain name is tough. So why don't I use live view? Because I think it's a bad pattern. I only want a REST API, and I want to build other things that consume it. I think live view and all of those things like it are fundamentally like breaking the separation of concerns. Live view, Hotwire, Livewire. I don't know. There's others, right? Like Laravel has one. Ruby on Rails has one. I think it's a really bad pattern. Blazor, right? It's just awful because it breaks separation of concerns. You're coupling your front end to your back end. Why? Like, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to waste cycles on your server rendering templates? It just makes zero sense to me. I think it's a really bad pattern. Instead, you can ship static assets that consumed your API. So I can do my marketing site, and I can consume the pricing data inside of my backend at build time, and we're good to go. Problem solved. I can build my dashboard application. It doesn't even need to pre-render, so I'm just shipping the React code, and people, like, those things are infinitely scalable. You're never going to see, like, the gateway timeout or any of those BS like error pages. If the back end goes down, the front end can just adapt because it's just static assets. It's just such a better pattern. Right? Like 504 gateway timeout. That is such a worse thing than a proper like rendered error page. I do static site generation for the marketing site. I do React and single page application stuff for the dashboard. You say it's simplicity now, but it's actually complicated when you want to do anything else later, right? So just think about the effort to do something different later. Is that going to be more effort than just doing it right the first time? If so, just do it right the first time. If it's going to be the same amount of effort, then who cares? But I would say refactoring away from a monolithic, server-side rendered, single application, it's just a bad idea, right? Like, it's just way more effort to refactor away from that than to just build out your front end that consumes a REST API. That separation of concerns is incredibly important to me. SSR, it only fits very, very niche use cases. Right? People have opted into Next.js for everything, when really it's for basically e-commerce. Right? That's the only place where you need fully dynamic SSR. Maybe if you're doing like news sites, right? To statically generate an entire history of news for the New York Times is probably a bad idea too, right? To have to regenerate the millions of articles they've written or whatever. That would be where SSG is maybe a bad idea. And SSR makes a lot more sense. But those are very, very specific cases. Trying to solve those problems before you even have a million articles, or before you even have, a million products on your e-commerce site. Trying to solve that problem before that, it's just a terrible idea. Most apps will never get to that point. So why try? Right? Like, a good static site generator, like Hugo, can generate 10,000 pages a second. And you can do it, right? If you're using Hugo, like I just said, you could statically generate it, right? If you got 10,000 products, it'll take a second to render. That's not a big deal. That's fine. You're going to spend a lot more time doing image processing stuff. But sure, you can cache that. I personally think Next.js is really bad at SSG. Next.js is good for SSR. It's really bad for static site generation because you're pigeonholing yourself into all their patterns and BS when it doesn't matter. Right? By pigeonholing yourself into the SSR approach, you're having to deal with all of the hydration mismatch bullshit. Who cares? It's a static site generation. It's a one and done render anyway. Just let it go. Let it do it. You're an e-commerce dev for 4 years and had to do so much optimization because of SSR. Yeah, and for certain things, it makes a lot of sense, right? You're gonna have dynamic stuff like inventory counts and how many are left. Well, that's the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of dynamic things for e-commerce where I think it can make sense for SSR. No. Capybara, what I'm getting at is SSG in Next, you can do dynamic stuff after it's loaded, sure, but you still have to deal with the server-side rendering hydration mismatch problems in dev, right? So at that point, it gets really annoying. All the hoops you have to jump through to make SSR work properly, you don't need to care about if you're just statically rendering. Right? We've all dealt with that. You just try and do one simple little thing and, oh, that doesn't work in Next.js. You're using a component library that uses context. Yeah, that doesn't work in SSR. Next.js will complain very heavily about that. Context is just for client-side stuff. Yep. Yeah, dates because it changes, right? Between the time that the server rendered it and the client finally re-renders, all sorts of BS. Yep. I mean, there's a big reason that Shopify bought Remix. There's a very, very good reason Shopify bought Remix because server-side rendering makes the most sense in an e-commerce context. Does it mean it's always easy? No, but e-commerce is hard in general. But I'm not doing e-commerce, right? I'm building a software as a service. I can do static rendering for my docs and my marketing site. I can do an SPA for the dashboard because I don't care about SEO on that. And then boom, very simple. If I end up refactoring what language my backend's built in or start doing microservices and all sorts of weird stuff, super easy. Right? The front end doesn't care what the back end is written in. That is hugely powerful. All it needs is the data. That data can come from anywhere. And then, hold on, I missed a comment. Ostigos. Yeah, Ostigos, it's not Node.js or NPM's fault or problem. Supply chain vulnerabilities exist for every single language. It's not an NPM issue. There are things NPM could do better, but it's actually a problem with every single other major package manager too. Right? Like a compromised brew package is totally fucking possible. A compromised Go package is totally fucking possible. There is nothing that prevents that. Yeah, it's a problem of scale. Once you hit a certain level of scale, you become a bigger attack surface, right? A bigger target for attackers. At that point, you're going to have this issue, no matter what language you're written in, no matter what your platform is, no matter where that shit's hosted. At the beginning of SPA era, like Angular 1, V2 came out, front end looks like a mess. Yeah, Ostigos, I don't know, man. Keep that shit to yourself. Seems like you're trolling. Right? With a lack of a follow, you're almost certainly trolling. Okay. So we want to take in a callback function when this fetch happens. Okay. What up, Lighthorn? How you doing? Hold on, let me double check. That might have been a knock at the door. Not expecting anyone, so that's a little weird. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Lighthorn. Nobody at the door. There's nobody at the door. You're immersing yourself with the coding world as a non-coder. Nice. You do any vibe coding or any of that stuff? Yep, you do. Yeah, thank you, not. Appreciate that. Yeah, I get that, Ostigos, but it's a problem with everything. Like, it's not just a JavaScript problem. You really are trolling by trying to frame it that way, and I don't like it. And your lack of a follow betrays your intent. I didn't open the door. I just looked through the peephole. Thank you for the follow, Ostigos. But yes, when you're saying some contentious things without a follow, the heuristic of troll versus not troll goes a certain way. No, I still disagree. And it's not a conversation that we want to have here. No X versus Y stuff. No needless shit talking. But we do have an unban request. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this unban request. Like, Mr. Situation X, you said something terribly racist over in my gaming stream the other day. I really didn't like it. You'll get one more chance, but dude, your comment was way out of line. Yeah, I have a separate channel. Yep. Yeah, griffing and chill. How about this, Mr. Situation X? You share the name of the person that private messaged you talking shit about me? All right. Send it in a PM to me, and we'll see. Hey, what's up, Fallen Learns? I am really curious who the Hate Watcher was. I know, right? Like, obviously someone who's been banned before. Ooh, that's a good point. Let me double check my fantasy football. My final fantasy football. Too much hassle with trolls? I mean, yeah, sure, trolls suck, but you know what? You guys are awesome. Right? If you don't stream because of the trolls win. Now, if you don't stream just because you don't want to stream, that's a different thing, but yeah. Dude, letting the trolls get to you like that, that's exactly their job. That's what they're trying to do. Don't let them win. Don't give them the satisfaction. Hold on. I gotta send one work message. Okay. You gotta get going? Yeah, no worries, Ray. Have a good one. Not quite sure. Did I talk about the keep it stupidly simple principle? Like you're talking like the topic of Next.js? I don't even think it's a Next.js specific thing. It's a server-side rendering thing. And the frame of what is simple versus what isn't simple, that's subjective. Some people think it's simpler to break separation of concerns. I disagree, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong. Right? It depends on how you define simple. Yes, Elixir is a backend language. It's basically, it runs on the same virtual machine as Erlang, if you're familiar with Erlang. Yeah, tools depend on the situation. Simplicity isn't set in stone. Let me get another album going. All right, it's like who here's worked at a company where you had to come up with the definition of done, right? Because the word done, while at a surface level seems like it means something very specific, not everyone says the same thing when they use the word done. Oh, is it fully tested? Is it deployed? Is the PR merged? Etc. Does it have 60% unit test coverage? Like, you have to decide that as a team so that the words you're using are actually like the same when people say them. Same thing applies for the word simple. All right. So, yeah, we take in the callback. Yeah, that'll definitely get to people. They're working on typing. I don't know if it's going to be full on static typing. And we've gotten into arguments with people about this before, right? The difference between static typing and strong typing. Technically, Elixir is a strongly typed language. It's not a statically typed language. There's a very big difference. Right? Like the pattern matching of Elixir qualifies as strong typing. Ostigos, yeah. And it's really like a pendulum swing, right? In general, the popularity of thin client versus thick client changes over time. So Chromebooks, right? Even like older phones, same idea. And when you consider that most people experience the internet through their phone, well, yeah, when phones were weaker, you had to go back to the thin client stuff. I get that. That makes sense. But it's not a problem right now. All right, so where is the where's the HTTP request happening? It's here in poll. I thought. Put feed is the thing doing it. Perfect. Okay. Right. So then here we would just want to do something like uh Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, and I think they hate this part, right? Like the comparison to nil. There we go. Yep. But yeah, basically you get things like clusterability, kind of just like for free out of the box because everything's a process. That process could be on a different machine. Like it's really cool. So yeah, if Erlang and Elixir had been far more popular far sooner, would you need something like Kubernetes? The answer is probably still yes, but it's less important, maybe. I don't know. Because you'd still need to scaffold out like databases and blah, 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 right? And those would need some kind of like other clustering mechanisms. Yeah, Elixir's just a syntax extension to Erlang, basically. It's not literally to Erlang, it's actually compiling to the Beam, like virtual machine, but they both use it, so it's very similar. And you can use Erlang code in Elixir. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I'm going to say this is good. Let's push it up and see how it goes. So we added a callback param for the gen server. Didn't mean to do that, though. Okay, so now what we need to do... Okay, cool. So it updated Pancreas. And the reason we named it that way is the repo that we forked is called live RSS. But if you don't capitalize it, it just looks like livers. So our fork is Pancreas. It's just more fun that way, right? Erlang is for real-time throughput scenarios, not general programming scenarios. Correct. Yeah, Erlang was created in, what was it, Finland? Somewhere in the EU for telephony. So in Europe, Erlang does all of like the phone routing stuff. Here in the US, I believe it's COBOL still. The multi-processing stuff? Yeah, a little bit, but like, you know, anytime you're passing things from process to process, you're going to run into like the cost of serialization and message passing. So there's definitely like an overhead to that bit, but I think there's some magic that Erlang does to make that better, like faster than how other languages do it. So it was made for the Ericsson AXE810 series cell switch. Cell? Okay. I mean, it predates like cellular networks. Did they just call them cells? No, Erlang predates cell phones, doesn't it? Yeah, Ericsson. So yeah, not Finland. Sweden? Sweden, right? Oh, oh. So first appeared in 86. Oh, no, that makes sense then. Never mind. It was. Yeah. I thought it was older than that. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was way older than that. Hmm. But yeah, poor single-threaded performance. Yep. So yeah, actually, this will help explain a little bit, right? So our fork of live RSS is using fast RSS instead of feeder. Feeder is a pure Elixir RSS like parser, whereas fast RSS is a wrapper around the RSS crate for Rust, which means that they can get some massive performance improvements, right? So 6 to 50 times faster over feeder. And then when you look at some of the slower like Elixir options, 259 times faster and 5 million times less memory. What? So that makes sense. Yeah, like, you know, Rust is really good at single-threaded. Elixir, not so much. But you can just call out to Rust from Elixir, and you're good to go. And yeah, in general, when you're building web applications, you're not doing that much like high speed stuff, right? Like you're mostly just gluing together other services. It's a lot of I/O instead of like number crunching. So that's one big reason why I think Elixir is really nice for web dev, because you're just gluing together other things like your database. But hold on, let me go blow my nose. I think I got a hanger. Or just a hair or something. Okay. Might have to do it again, but I think we're good. Oh, really? I didn't know that about Finland. That's kind of crazy. Oh, really? Jeez. All right, so we did this. Before we start the server back up. Yeah, I question that like motivated to work mentality. Right? Like people still like things that aren't provided as, a social service. People like to eat nice steaks. People like to eat, people like to play video games. I think that motivated to work thing is something that gets bandied about too much politically. But yeah, Olivio. Yeah, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I totally get that, Cosmic. And we don't want to get political here. I knew you weren't like necessarily trying to take it that way. It's really easy to like shift that way though. And I think that rhetoric gets misused too much. All right, so what we need to do now. Celestial. Week. The week was eventful. You don't recall if I remember, but the open source project you became part of was having some hardships. I don't remember that. What project? Oh, the player base is now 20% of what it was. Yikes. And oh, that's that space base or whatever, right? Like that space game? That's right. Okay. Yeah, 20% of what it was, like how long ago? Like how quickly did that shift happen? Over just 1 or 2 years? Oh, that's crazy. I wonder if that's just because of like COVID kind of ending, so people actually can go out and do other things. Like, as an example, here on Twitch, viewership is way lower than during COVID. Whoa! Like, literally got hit by a bus. Yikes. Are they okay? Yeah, too much grass touching. How dare they? Yeah, that's literally the bus factor. Interesting, Celestial. Got it. Makes sense. Is this really the right syntax for this? Oh, an unplug. Yeah, yeah. I hope I didn't forget to say hi, but yeah, how you doing, man? Okay, he's recovering, but all right. Yeah, getting hit by a bus. Like, people don't usually mean it so literally. But yeah, there is like a term called the bus factor. A nicer way of framing the bus factor is calling it the lottery factor, right? Like, not if someone got hit by a bus, but what if someone just won the lottery and they don't want to work there anymore? But yeah, it's a very interesting like thought. Yeah. Yeah, lottery factor is more fun. Oh, that's a good point. Was he in a vehicle that got hit by a bus, or was he walking and got hit by a bus? Because those are two very different things. Okay, bicycle. So between the two, like right in the middle. Dude, yeah, that's brutal. Well, yeah, I hope he heals up better. And hey, what's up, Kenny? Yeah, how you doing? So yeah, hold on. Let's look this up. So what they recommend. We see, oh, callback module and callback function. I don't think we need to do that. I think we can just reference it that way. Oh. Yeah, I should probably be doing this. Hmm. So maybe I do want to take in the callback module. Well, let's do this. Sure. We'll get the dev server up and running. And it's coming along well. And actually, I wanted to check something. Yeah, so for this test team, we don't need that. For Messijo, nobody's mentioning Messijo on Blue Sky. Well, yeah, that's because I haven't mentioned it on Blue Sky. Who else would end up doing it? No, it's fine. I don't know if it's ready yet. Like, I got a lot more like marketing site stuff to do. Oh, and this is a bug as well, right? See how it's only showing like the first keyword? Yeah. All right, so we got that bug. It's not our task at hand right now, but I at least want to list it. Get. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, let me add a task for that. Let me get music going first, though. Compound keywords do not display properly on the main or on the root dashboard. Oh, and I forgot to label it a bug. Okay, so you moved your dot files into a Git repo that you self-host. Cool. Any reason why you're self-hosting instead of just throwing it up to GitHub? You just want more reasons to use your server. All right. Yeah, that's a pretty valid approach. Good to learn how to set up Git 2 server side. I mean, you can normally just use something else for that, right? Like Gitty or things like that. Yeah, I mean, I guess just Git really isn't that hard, but there's just so much more that you want with a Git service. Yeah, I forgot you can self-host GitLab too. That's a good point. And road code. I've never even heard of road code. Roads. Rudes. Yeah, dude, I love that movie. Yeah, I saw Black Sheep in the theater. It was solid. It was quite good. Limit. Normally, when I pull people over, they pull to the side of the road. Well, All right, suspicious user. Why use Elixir? Because Phoenix is a great framework. Okay. Oh, God. So what we want to do is say arity 1. So the function doesn't exist. Yeah, this every 5 minutes thing is a little annoying. So let's just make it 1 minute. No, 5 minutes is what we want to do for production, but we still want to we want to see the process go so we can actually get to that part. Right? Just to make sure that we even did it right. So it'll take a minute. We'll pour some water. All right, inside, handle comments. Okay. Cool. So we'll put it back to 5. We know it worked at least. All right, so we're not using feed. If we go and... Oh, wait, I cleared it, didn't I? Damn. Yeah, so we'll put it back to 1 minute because we do want to log what we're getting there. What's up, Ayub? How you doing? Get LFS is what GitHub uses. Oh, gotta start the server. Oops. So yeah, we'll give it another minute. And what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? How's your pre-Friday going? And I think I can share this now, but I'm pretty sure they did tell me it was tentative, and then I haven't heard back again yet. But I think I will be emceeing JS Nation this year. Like, one of the MCs. We typically do it as a couple people. So, yeah, that sounds great. Focusing on personal projects? Sounds about right. Okay, so here we go. So this would have been... Yeah, this should be the comments value. Ah, okay, and it links us to there. So the article that it was on is that. I think description is probably what we're going to care about. I think the reason we see it as this giant like binary that gets truncated is because like they're not rendering the whole string. Like, but this is it's only happening here on the server. So I would think that that has the full content. So what we want to do then right? What we end up doing here is we get a comment. Here we would get a post. Let me look at how we're doing it for the Firehose, actually. Right. Okay, so we want to fetch the keywords. And this is where we're actually discovering... Yeah, hold on. So we fetch that. And then for each message... we want to do this. And yeah, I don't know if we need to actually split it up. Yeah, so we're going to end up duplicating a lot of this stuff. We've got the snippet matcher, which helps. But pretty much all of this, right? Like, so number one, we have to map over all the keywords. The thing that's going to be different is just where these values come from. But then it really does feel like... Okay, yeah, no, so I see it. We want to pull out any of the things that are message specific. And wait, what is this complaining about? Oh, nested too deep. That's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a normalized message. And that's where these values get passed in. And then all of this logic, besides like these parts, it just uses the normalized value. I think I like that idea. Oh, let me share a thing work-wise. Sorry. Just got to pass some feedback on. There we go. Okay, so getting the link. Yeah, so the rest of this is then generic. Oh, all right. And hey, what's up, Zinka? How you doing? What are you up to on your stream? Um, Looks like code and chat. Nice. And then it looks like something you're going to be doing on the 17th is Game Boy Color made with CSS, HTML, and JS, huh? That sounds fun. Nice. Hey, what's up, Maya? Yeah, what's up? So yeah, let us know what were you up to on your stream today, other than just code and chat, like any other context. And then for everyone joining, we are currently working on a way of parsing lobsters, which is a like an open source Hacker News alternative. Eventually, we'll want to do Hacker News as well, but right now we're just doing the lobsters thing, and we're doing some like RSS fetching, and we currently need to think about how we're going to save or how we're going to like reduce the boilerplate, because all the stuff we're doing here in the Firehose is something that we need to do for lobsters in like the processor as well. So yeah, like what we're doing currently is looking at this stuff. We realized that I'm not saving the platform, which we should do. So we've got a little bit more of a migration to make. What are we doing to lobsters? We're parsing their RSS feed. Didn't realize you didn't cancel? Didn't cancel what? What did I miss? Oh, did you like mean to raid someone else? Oh, you raided Zinka just before she was about to stop. And she meant to go a bit longer, but the raid went through. Oh, got it. That happens. No, that makes sense. I get it. Yeah, that stuff happens. It's fine. Twitch has bugs? No way. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. Thank you. And Maya, what were you up to on your stream then? Yeah, Twitch bugs? Never. Doesn't happen. So yeah, let's do the shout out for Maya then, since we may be dealing with some raiders from Maya's channel. Oh, hold on. That was the wrong one. Damn it. Well, Maverick, you just got a shout out. That's funny. Yeah, this song's good. There's the one with the song quotes. We could play that one again too. So yeah, we gotta just wait for that to time out. Maverick, you got a free shout out. All right, I gotta wait a minute and 15 seconds to do another. You are refactoring your notification system a bit. Should be more efficient now. Okay. So yeah, more Rust. Your Discord clone, that's right. And yeah, you're using Tori, correct? Or are you just doing like the web portion of things first? Okay, just web for now. Got it. Yeah, makes sense. Let me get another album going. No, no, that's the song that it was for sure. No, unplug. Yeah, you were totally right. That was it. Good timing. You'd love to hang, but you have some errands to run. Have a great day. If we're still live when you get back, you'll hop back on. Nice. Sounds good. Yeah, Rust is great. All right, and yeah, we should be able to do the shout out now. There we go. All right, so yeah, back to refactoring this stuff. So we basically just want to take everything that's in this function and put it somewhere else. Where do we want to put that, though? Hmm. don't think I want to put it in the Messijo folder. I don't think it goes in scheduler. I don't think it's a util. Like, let's look at our file system and figure out where this thing should live. We'll create a new folder for it. I think it's fine. And we'll call this folder Matcher. Do we think Matcher is really the right name? Messijo.messages.message. Yeah, exactly. I think messages and then matcher. I like that. So yeah, we'll call this messages. And then inside of it, we'll have matcher. Match and save. All right. And then, well, hold on. Did I copy that? I did not. Oh no. ATProto Elixir Web Utils. Ah, here it is. Okay, and then We'll create we'll create a file in here and call it message.ex. And yeah, how you doing, Brainless? Messages.message, though. Yeah, you were right. We're gonna end up doing it no matter what anyway. Pulled an all-nighter. How about myself? I did not pull an all-nighter. No, I'm doing fine. Yeah, we can delete that. And then, yeah, this part is actually just that. You had the bright idea of upgrading Phoenix and Tailwind from 3 to 4 at 10 p.m. Oof. The Tailwind part shouldn't have been too bad. But yeah, the Phoenix part. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done a big like Phoenix upgrade for a while. Function is too complex. Yeah, we'll just call that fine. But yeah, then message here, we want to basically define the struct, right? So what's the right way to define that struct? Ah, you do def struct. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. So basically here, hold on. I definitely want to make sure I kill the server. There we go. All right, we're good there. So we want to grab all of these values. Right, as props. What's up, Mr. Situation X? How's it going? I almost didn't unban you because of what you said over in gaming the other day. Like, that was terribly racist. Let me comment this. And hold on, do we give it types or anything? So what if I don't want to define default values? Maybe I can't. Yeah, maybe I just can't. Oh, is that it? Okay. Wait, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, it looks like it doesn't do parens. Oh, because it needs to be a list, right? Ah, that's it. All right, and then here I can do like the type thing, I think. All right, something like this. Okay, and then DID and R key are actually not necessary because those just go into the link. And hey, what's up, Khalid? How you doing? Yeah, I think that works. I think this is a good struct. I do play PoE too. Yep. What class are you playing? Ah, thanks, Celestial. All right, so then here in Matcher, it's not going to be text. This is going to be message equals that. It's a very complex game. Yep. And thank you for the follow, Mr. Situation X. Maybe this is not match and save, it's like match and notify? Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay, so we got some warnings. I think that's fine. I don't think this is the end of the world. When is the beanie merch coming out? Goes well with crop top and booty short merch. I don't know if I'm gonna do that, but hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I do need to do the beanie. Here we go. We are gonna do a face mask. Perfect for snowboarding. Yep. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do that. This one's fun too. Like it almost I don't know, it looks like the mouth just stretches way too far. It's perfect. It's totally perfect. I just need to take better photos. The ones that I had were a little low res. Yeah, I'm slacking on the merch stuff. I need to do it. I just need to register like a new business for it, and that's the part I'm slacking on. I mean, we could probably do that, but we'll see. We'll see. It's whatever fourth wall allows us to customize that way. But yeah, I got to register a new business, and I'm gonna do it for like my stream stuff too. So I'm just like, that's what I'm really slacking on because I want to be able to like expense away, like a new monitor or new camera equipment or whatever, right? I'm just, I'm lazy on the tech stuff. It is super confusing. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. And as a streamer, right? I believe it's also a 1099 from them too. So yeah, it would be nice just to do that. It's not like I make a shitload of money off of streaming, but even just shaving another, I don't know. Let's do the math. I make around, let's say, $300 to $500 a month, depending. It's about $6,000 a year. That's like, I don't know, $4 to $6,000 a year. I should probably do that as a business thing. That way I can start deducting any of my expenses out of it. I could theoretically even deduct my internet. Yeah, do a registered agent. Yep, pay the fee for it. make a bank account for the business, then make a business credit card, then you have to use some software for bookkeeping, payroll. Yeah, see, so I'm not going to be doing much of that. I think I can... It might make sense to do a bank account. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Just keep the stuff completely separate. I don't know. I'll have to think about that part. But yeah, just knocking off $6,000 from my tax burden would be nice. You know, if you're paying 30% on that income, 30% of $6,000 is 1,800. That's 1,800 in taxes that I can just save. So it's not a whole bunch, but yeah. Especially once I start doing merch and some other stuff, theoretically the number would go up. So yeah, it's definitely worth it for tax reasons. Yes, I've never done the certified public accountant stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to have to do invoicing. It might be smart. Yeah. Like, I will have to do invoicing when I do like sponsored content. I've had to do that before. So yeah, that's true. It's like it's rare enough that it's not a big deal. But yeah, no, you're right. And hold on, wait. Let me look at my YouTube numbers. Hold on, wait. Where do I see this? I thought there was an easy place to see the the money. Oh, here we go. Estimated revenue over the past 28 days on YouTube, $4.47. Can't even buy a whiskey with that. Someone said I'm the best Latino streamer? I haven't seen that comment. Where was that comment? Oh, I see it. I see it now. But I'm not Hispanic. I speak bad Spanish because I took 3 years in high school. Take it easy, Hepta. Don't make it weird. Yeah, English only, please, in chat. But yeah, I think you're saying yes, you can, or something like that. Yeah, there you go, brainless. Yeah. What was the quote? It's a Bruce Willis thing. It's like, oh, it's from Fifth Element. Lady, I only speak two languages: English and bad English. Right? I like that quote. That one's fun. English and bad English. Yeah, it's a little sad. Hey, Robert Tables, Mr. Sir. You got your lineup set and everything? My defense is playing tonight, and that's it. don't have anyone else playing tonight. I made some moves, though. Ooh, I made some moves. Actually, the people that I got out there isn't that many. But yeah, I picked up Quentin Johnston and Kayshawn Booty. Damn it, he's questionable now? What the fuck? Hmm. And hey, what's up, Cotter? Yeah, damn, Kayshawn Booty. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Maybe it's Bout or whatever. But he's one of the receivers for New England. He got 13 points last week. There are no tight ends worth a crap in our league? You mean like draftable right now? Or you mean yeah, I think that's what you're saying, right? You're trying to add a player? Yeah, available. Yeah, tight end's like the hardest one to pick for. I got lucky with Dalton Kincaid. Somehow he was still available. But yeah, I swooped him. But yeah, I do find that interesting. Like, we only have, what, 10 or 11 people? Or 12, I guess? With the, you know, with the fake manager. So, like, I don't know. There should be some tight ends. But yeah, all the good ones are taken. I would say Gasicki, he's good. Not a high performer, and probably not good for this week. You know, Jacksonville is the 6th fewest points. I think Cade Otton could be all right. Trey McBride's really good. Yeah, he's definitely taken. Oh, damn. I mean, last year Isaiah Likely killed it. Isaiah Likely killed it last year. I don't know. You might want to pick him up. He is questionable right now, though. Darren Waller being questionable is a bummer, but he's on Miami, so I don't picture him catching a lot of footballs thrown his way from Tua. Right? Tua turned the ball over. That joke name for him is so good. Tua turned the ball over. Like, it's just a fun one. Let me get more music going. And yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing. All right, so we got all these, and we simply want to we want to do this. Message equals that and that. Boom. So then match and notify. Boom. That feels about right. So then the next step is we want to do the same thing over here where we need to extract all of those values from the messages that we get. Let me do this. Boop. And boop. Bibbity bobbity boop. And yeah, handle comment. Nah, it's fine. We do want to do that, right? So fetching keywords, that'll happen in each one of these. We don't need this anymore. And yeah, like basically none of these are going to be correct. Oh, this is an interesting song. It's definitely not synthwave though. Yeah. This one. All right, so this is a Mitch Murder album. Hold on, let me pass this link. I think it's hilarious. Am I using Klein? No, I'm not using Klein. I use Super Maven in VS Code. So hold on. We'll play this album, but I just thought it was funny, right? Like, most creative naming scheme for an album ever. Right? Naming songs. Perfect. Right? Track one. What's track one called? Soul one. What's the album called? Soul. Okay, how about track two? Soul two. Like, dude, so lazy. Maybe it'll be good though. You never know. It's technically playing. Ooh, commit hashes. Ooh, there you go. Sold. There you go. Yeah, this is just some weird atmospheric album. No thanks. All right. Well, Mitch Murder normally does good stuff. What's the deal, man? Let's try this album. Okay, here we go. All right, this is 80s. Oh, this is nice. All right, here we go. Okay, so I'm messing this up. What we want to do is enum dot each. Now hold on. It is items. Okay, so feed.items. All right, so then as we look at this, I'm a little curious why content is empty. Soul means sun in a lot of languages. Soul is actually the name of our sun. All right, like Sol is the name that we've given to the star that we orbit. Hence where solar system comes from. So do we see any of these that are not an at lobsters like value? I don't think so, right? Dude, I like this. This is nice. So yeah, we could just split it at the lobsters part. And Mr. Situation. Yeah, I didn't even notice. Where did your sub come from? Was that when Code Girl and the bread did like gifting the other day? Or did you just did you do that on your own? I can't tell if that was someone at the door again. Let me double check. I just gotta look. I think it's just someone on the patio upstairs. Yeah, we're good. Just had to double check. Dude, I like this album. This is good. It's like crunchy 80s stuff. I've got a character 81 right now. Yeah, it goes pretty quick. Like I've played all the other seasons as well. Isn't it hard past 70? Depends on your build. I'm just doing one of the meta builds. Maxroll.gg is the site that I get my builds from. So yeah, what class are you playing? Warrior? Yeah, I've heard Warrior's not bad at this time. So yeah, like the Bone Shatter Warbringer is like a big one. There was another Warrior one I've done as well. Yeah, I've heard all of these are pretty viable. Smith of Kitava is basically like unkillable, but he doesn't like destroy that much. So it can be a little rough. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. These are definitely like the main warrior builds, but you can probably find some other ones too. Ethan, are you out there? You're playing like a Bone Shatter build, right? I mean, most of them should have a link to like a leveling guide. Uh, yeah. So this is where they tell you like the order in which to do these things. Oh, and hold on, I'm using a different site. I'm using Mobalytics. Oh, yeah. Like this is the build I'm running. For a lot of the builds that are like super end game, right? So like lightning arrow leveling. Oh man, yeah, this one's been updated too. Like they didn't have all of these. Yeah, the fub gun stuff is what I've been using. But yeah, hold on. Where do we see builds? Here we go. Builds, class, warrior. Yes, there's a little more like variety on Mobalytics, so it's worth checking out. So yeah, like warrior leveling is probably what you would want to look at. So like you can start these like from the very beginning, and they'll even show you like, well, yeah, at Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, these are the things you should be going for. So it's actually quite nice just showing you like exactly what to build. It's pretty cool. All right, so back to this part. So yeah, what we want to do is we want to split the author value, and that'll be our handle and display name. So I think raw. Yeah, we would do this. Yeah, a lot of new things to test here coming soon. I think description. And this actually just ends up being raw. Actually, I'm not sure raw was necessary. Let's double check that. Are we actually using raw anywhere in here? Nowhere. Yeah, Lobsters is more of like a Hacker News competitor more than like a Reddit competitor. Oh, and I did learn about something called Reddit Pro. So this actually has some of the keyword tracking stuff already, right? It's not the exact same as what we're trying to do, but I think it ends up being tough because they're pretty much never going to give us API access. Jesus. These people upstairs are super loud. But yeah, like I'm wondering if maybe there's some way we could like do a partnership or something. So yeah, like Reddit's gonna be like a later thing. Because yeah, like I know we're just gonna end up getting throttled by doing our like RSS stuff for Reddit, you know? Like I don't know, we'll see. We'll try it, but I'm almost certain they're gonna start like disallowing whatever machine we're like fetching with. So it becomes a little tougher. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, if I were to end up going into like Y Combinator, etc., I'd have a little more leverage to like connect up to Reddit Pro. Like, I don't know. We need customers first, and then it's like a big incentive for them because we can help like promote Reddit Pro. Like, you want to get Reddit access, you need Reddit Pro, and then you can like wire up with it. Like, and then we can share that data into our notification stuff. But that's just a pie in the sky like idea. Yeah, we're gonna have to just simply put off Reddit for a while. And yeah, I get it there, Unplug. Hacker News, Lobsters, they're very tech focused. Whereas like Reddit is like everything. So we'll have to think about just other platforms that we could scrape. Yeah, keyword tracking is a worldwide issue, but yeah, it's tougher, you know. We can only do so much. I am curious how some of the other like keyword trackers do it. But yeah, so let's keep doing this part. So we fix that. We go to processor here. And yeah, like none of these are going to be that. So yeah, raw. I don't think we need raw. Yeah, so avatar I think is just an empty string. So then display name, that's where we need to do this part. We could probably just do it with a regular expression. Or we could just parse it in a simpler way. So we could, hold on, where is this? It's over here. We could just split on a space. Actually, hold on. This is what LLMs are really good at. On, what's up, Tryon? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, YouTube's great for people that want to listen to their own music, you know? Tryon, it's been over a year? Yeah, maybe. I'd believe it. Okay, so this is going to be author regex. That's what I've already done, unplug. Yeah, that's why we extracted things out into the messages like matcher and like message intermediate. Things are going great. Just chilling. Oh, Tryon. Yeah, yeah. You followed the stream in the first place because of the music? Yeah, I do have the best music in the software and game dev category on Twitch. And I'm humble too. Okay, so from RFC 822. Oh, is that it? Yeah, it makes sense. Mm, you sure about that? Oh, yeah, yeah. We'd have to fix that still. Well, that didn't work. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So we're getting a nil value for that, which is odd. But yeah, the from value there doesn't seem right. I never said it doesn't. Okay, so we could use timex. Let me double check and make sure. And yeah, we want to go back up to here just in case. So then in here, let's just do the IEX thing. Yeah, see, it's definitely not in there. All right, so I think it did correctly identify that it is RFC 1123, but it's not the Z one. But okay, so yeah, we need to add timex. Oh, we already had Timex. Nice. Okay, so it is 11:23. Oh, but we don't want to do that. There we go. And hey, what's up, Ami? How you doing? Nope. Nope. Okay, so that looks a little better. So no function clause matching in parse UTC date time. And it's because the args we're passing is an empty array. Oh, interesting. Let me do this. Raw date is equal to that. If ooh, this song's crunchy. I like this one. Oh, so people can delete posts. That's what's actually happening. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, so what do we think the right pattern for safely fetching this stuff would be? Hmm. This is where I really wish Elixir had early returns. Right? So I could just do some guard clauses. We still can, actually. So here, when we're doing this, we can do a when. Right? And it's commit operation. Ah, but you can't do a get in there? Ah, weak. Oh, wrong thing there. Okay, so then, right, we're doing extract message there. What's up, Bakba? How you doing? Sure. No, I remember why I did item there. There we go. Okay, cool. Hey, all right. All right, so then we can go back to here. This sounds like the last song on the album, and it is. Let's check another. Ooh. Oh, this one's good. I know, right? Yeah, dude, this is nice. Oh, so we got a problem. We should be seeing this log value. All right, so what is this operation? We see hydrated metadata. Oh, this is someone creating a new account. Yeah, we don't care about that part. Yeah, so we need to create an event. Yeah, dude, this album's killing it. Yeah, dude, Kenny, I'm really liking this album. So yeah, we're not deleting old messages or messages that got deleted. With nil, we also just skip it. Okay. Yep, all that looks fine. Okay, so now we can go back to this part. Yeah, so now we gotta leave this running. We'll do that. And hey, what's up, Alex? Thanks for the sub. Yeah, it's Friday Eve. The night before Friday. The day before the day after, or the day before Saturday. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a better one. And what's up, Megaloo? How you doing? All right, so we got to wait just a minute while the posts get fetched. Or no. Comment? Oh. It's going to be the same thing. No, we can just close it. I have the same URL for both of these. There we go. RSS. All right, so here we go. Now we should see this get logged out. Yeah, this is a good album. But yeah. Thursday, the best day to look forward to the weekend because by Friday, it's already Monday. It really is. Um, I'm not staying very long on Saturday. I think I'm flying out at, I don't know, I gotta look. Yeah, I don't think I'm making it to the workshops. Yeah, so I leave. My flight's at 2:45, which means I want to get to the airport around, I don't know. Eh, because I have my regular ID now, like the proper ID, I should be good. So as long as I get to there by like 1, I should be fine. Yeah, exactly, exactly. But yeah, so I get into town. Actually, why is my flight to Dallas not on here? Well, now I gotta double check this. Oh, but we got this. So hold on. We'll call that good. All right, so here in items. Oh yeah, we're making some good progress, Kenny. Yeah, so that Wednesday, I arrive in Dallas at 3:32 p.m. So yeah, I got all afternoon on that Wednesday to hang out or do whatever. Makes sense. How long of a drive is it for you? About 2.5 hours. Okay. Oh, there probably is an event that night, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, hold on. Commit your code conference. agenda. Yeah, like where do you see the stuff that's happening on that Wednesday? Or are you just thinking of like the after stuff that night? Main page and then scroll? Okay, day 0, pickleball get together, 12 to 2, and then 6 to 9, pre conference party. Oh, sweet. Yeah, so I'll be getting there just in time for that. Maybe get a meal before I go. Sweet. Yeah, nifty. I should definitely add that to my calendar. Yeah, I'll do that over here. Yeah, I'll do this stuff later. Okay, so then conference after party on that day, closing ceremony and networking. Okay, and then there's just I thought there was something after the second day. Yeah, no worries, whatever. Yeah. Oh no, it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to this. If you're in the Dallas area or, close enough to Texas, it's a $50 ticket. It's pretty huge. It's just for anyone out there. Probably worth it. And it's not just for JavaScript. I forget what the other tracks are. I think there's a C# one. No, a .NET. Cloud stuff, Java. Something for everyone. Yeah, you'll see the beanie somewhere. There it is. There's the beanie. And yeah, there's a lot of cool people going to this one, right? I know Abby, I know Andrew. Um, I'm familiar with Brian's content. I don't think we've ever met though. Um, Ted, is this Jitter Ted? Like, is this one of the streamers like that we know? I don't know. I can't remember. Tracy Lee, I've never met her in person, but yeah, she's super cool. Nick Taylor, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person, so that'll be fun. I met Wayne at Render ATL. Yeah, Ted. Yeah, yeah, that is him, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. They put the Griffins or the Griffing and Griffin at the same time. That's funny. Let's see. Who else do I know? It's a lot of speakers. Yeah, I've never met Leah in person. That'll be cool. Yeah, it's awesome that there's so many streamers showing up to this. Jeremy Morgan, super cool dude. I got to hang out with him at KubeCon last year. James Quick, very nice dude. Met him at Render ATL. I feel like I'm familiar with this. Oh, I've just seen their like replies or something on LinkedIn or something. Adam Rakis, super cool dude. Met him at Render ATL. Danny, also very cool dude. And I'm sure all these other people are great. I just haven't met them yet. Rizal Scarlet, super cool. Really good presenter. Yeah, you've met Danny? Hell yeah. It'll be cool to meet this dude, right? Guy who started Free Code Camp. I don't think I've met Lawrence Lockhart in person, but I've seen him on like Twitter a whole bunch. Dennis Ivey, very cool dude. Met him at Render ATL. Chris Mars, I've hung out with that dude a bunch at various conferences. Um, I don't know if I've chatted with Mark Thompson. I have chatted with Swizik Teller very briefly at React Summit. Um, Diana Soyster, that's her name on Twitch here. But yeah, met her at Render ATL. Leon's just the best, dude. Leon's the coolest. Like Leon's the coolest. Like hung out with him at Render ATL like the year before when TwitchCon was in Vegas. Like ran into him randomly at one of the like casinos just after the event, and then went and got like lunch with him the next day, which was awesome. Like just he's so like down to earth. Like just yeah, he's the best. Like when he's at Render ATL, he can't go 5 feet without someone stopping him and being like, dude, you're such an inspiration, blah, blah, blah. Right. And he takes it in stride, doesn't let it go to his head. Yeah. Really cool dude. And yeah, yeah, never met Aaron Francis, but I've heard he's also very nice. That is his name. Yeah, Leon Noel. I know, right? You can tell his parents probably have a really good sense of humor. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So let's get to this bit. Yeah, the tricky part is we don't get any of the actual content. So hold on. Let me look at lobsters on their main page. Okay, so yeah, we could look at the description. I guess the tricky part is not all of these are going to have a description that has like real info in it, you know? Because it's also a bit of an aggregator. I guess it's like the via versus by. God, yeah, we're just not seeing any of these that have a proper description though. Ah, here we go. Okay. So they definitely do. This one actually seems really interesting too. HTTP jail. Oh, this is kind of cool. Nifty. Um, you'd love to catch up a year after? Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't do it. As long as the numbers keep working out, you know. And it seems like they got a good set of sponsors too. So yeah, I can't imagine why they wouldn't just keep it going. Right, this is a lot of sponsors. This dot labs, app right, Apollo, Vonage. Yeah, some pretty big sponsors. What is Yum actually? Oh, Yum. Okay, so it's KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. I've never heard of Habit. Okay. So yeah, KFC sounds delicious. Yeah, that's actually how that usually works. Workshop people, or like workshops, are often sponsors. Like last year, not this year, but last year for Cascadia JS, Carter even reached out saying like, "Hey, you know, would you like to run a workshop? It's X amount of money." And yeah, it sounds cool. I don't think we're at a point like I don't have any workshop content built out yet, and it wasn't good timing this year. But I do really want to create like a Git workshop, right? Like Git the hard parts or something, right? Yeah, I think it'd be a very smart one for sure. Like yeah, I think it'd be fun. It's just it takes a lot of time to put together a workshop. I proposed it for PyCon and they didn't accept it, but there's always next year. How to thrive as a beanie developer? Ooh, there you go. All right. So when's BeanieCon? Ooh, that I don't know. That's a tougher one. I do think at some point, like a software and game dev, like its own like conference would be kind of cool. Just because, like, you know, TwitchCon's great, but we're just such a small portion of it that I don't know. Like, I think something more focused would be cool. I actually still want to do ConCon or ConfConf or whatever. Right? Like a conference about holding conferences. I think it'd be kind of fun. It'd be a totally different set of vendors and sponsors and stuff, though. right? Like some sticker company would make sense. I don't know, AV equipment stuff. Find a town named Connington. Con and Connington. Well, I mean, Con in Connecticut. So we got to find a city in Connecticut that has the word con in its name. This is important. Con in Cromwell, Connecticut. There you go. That could work. This is important. I don't care if it's out in the middle of nowhere. I do not care. It's more important to be hilarious. It's a little tougher. Just not finding anything. Yeah. Because you'd want it probably by like a bigger city. And Hartford's like, I guess New Haven would probably be big enough. Yeah. Oh well. Connington Towers. There you go. Yeah. I don't know. That was fun, right? I feel like Cromwell would work. It's close enough, yeah. I think there was also Comstock. All right. So yeah, back to this part. Yes, we want to fetch the keywords. All right. So raw is not necessary. Um, we probably do want to do the title as well as the description. Damn, this album's been good from start to finish, though. Yeah, avatar, I think, just stays as an empty string. All right, so then this part, we want it to be case. Oh, and hold on. This is where we need enum dot each. Hey, X Factor, how you doing? What you up to? Okay, so then this would be if item. That's right. Yeah, it's simple enough. So what I want to do here is this. Sure. All right. So we'll do that. Text avatar will be empty. Display name. So that's going to be the author. So it's just a link. Almost think this might be a good point at which to pick up tomorrow. Because I do still have work to do tonight. I'm also getting kind of hungry. But I like mainly just want to like stew on how we present the permalink value, right? Like the GUID, versus like the link that we're given. And like another thought of mine is I kind of want to be able to fetch a transcript like of a YouTube video or fetch the HTML contents of a linked page, right? So like if we follow the link, can we grab some of that, like, right? Can we fetch some of that stuff and aggregate it and do some magic? I think that would be valuable. So it's almost like we're going to get into page scraping in some way too, which I think could have some value. Ooh, this song's crunchy. Yeah, so let me leave a leaving off for myself. Right? And I don't think Hacker News and Lobsters move quick enough to worry about this part too much. But do we want to scrape the linked pages for keywords that could also include YouTube transcripts and descriptions? Yeah, so I think this is a good place to leave off for tonight. Right? Yeah, I got work to do. I got food to eat, and I want to stew on some of this. I think the answer is yes, I want to do all of these. But yeah, what we want to do now is figure out who's streaming. Who should we go raid? Damn, this song is super crunchy. Wait, is Borderlands 4 out already? No way. Oh, tomorrow. Yep. I just saw someone playing it, which I thought was interesting. Let's see. So, we see Sergeant Pepper streaming. We see Ferozer. Oh, they're gaming. All right. Melaneth. Oh, Loki Abu. Oh, Hollow Knight. Got it. Gaming. Rython. JD does dev. That's definitely an option. Oh, Dat Nerd looks like he just started. All right, so Travis Roman or JD Does Dev. I feel like we haven't rated JD Does Dev in a while. He's doing some game dev, which is fine. You know, we got to mix it up more. So let's do that. And yeah, what's up, Steve? How you doing? Is this... I feel like I really recognize your name. Is this a new account for you? You've chatted over on YouTube before, right? Is that what I'm thinking about? Pretty sure that's it, right, Steve? Yeah, that's it. Okay. That makes sense. Gotcha. Well, yeah, welcome over to the Twitch side of things. All right, so yeah, we're going to go raid JD Does Dev. I believe he's doing some game dev, and he's using Godot, which is cool. Yeah, let's go check it out. I'll be over on gaming stream. I should be able to play some games, but I need to get work done first, so we're probably just going to watch some Columbo or something, which sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Kind of got myself rehooked on Columbo. All right, so yeah, I want to stew on some of these things as well. We got to make decisions. I think we definitely should do this. But then how do we end up doing the fetching for some of that stuff? Like, yeah, I don't know. And, I do want to keep working on this. We are going to have to switch and pivot to some other projects here soon. Like, I got to work on my slides for Commit Your Code Conf, as well as Git Merge after that. So, anyway, let's go say hi to JD. I'll see y'all soon. Later, YouTube. Have a great rest of your night. And, yeah, see you later.